Okay. Hello, guys, and welcome to the final table of the high roller. The players are sitting at the table, and it looks like we're finally gonna start the final table of the WSOPC high roller. This tournament was a 3K buy-in, 46 entries, and only 6 players will actually reach the money. So these players aren't sure of a cash just yet. We're playing for a first prize of 42,000 euros. And as I said, 6 players will reach the money. The min cash, 8,000 euros. So that's a pretty big min cash. And it's actually the first time that we're streaming from Brussels. It's a new series in Europe. Obviously, the World Series of Poker circuit events are relatively new. And I will introduce the players to you as we start playing. It's a nice mixed bag of players. We have 2 players from France. We have 2 German players, one from Denmark, and I believe oh, we actually have 3 German players, and so only 2 Belgians. Obviously, the most well-known player at the table, Pierre Neville. Pierre Neville and the other Belgian player, also a well-known player, Arne Coulier. Let me introduce the players one by one. First in seat number 1, that's Jacob Madsen from Denmark. Seat number 2 is Hans Wenzelburger. He's from Germany, as you can imagine. On his direct left is Julien Sibon. He's French. And as I was researching him, I found out he's actually an actor in French movies as well. So that's interesting. And he's quite an accomplished player. He's a decent, I believe he had about 400,000 in prize money. So he's been around. Same goes for his German neighbor. The guy with the glasses is Felix Schlott. He's from Germany, and he's won a WSOP circuit event in Campione 2 years ago in Italy. He won 60,000 euros for that. And on his direct left, that's obviously Pierre Neville. Pierre Neville is clearly the oldest player at the table, but he's also the veteran of the game. 4.1 million in live earnings. And most players, most poker enthusiasts, they will remember that Neuville made the final table of the main event from the World Series. And he finished in 7th place. 4.1 million total live earnings. Not bad for Neuville. And sitting next to Pierre is Arnaud Ensemble. He's from France. The guy with the glasses, the sunglasses. And on his left, that's Arne Coulier. He's from Belgium, and he's very well known within the Belgian tournament scene. He's mostly known for winning the Belgian Poker Challenge in Namur, and he didn't win it once, he actually won it twice. And apart from his live success, he's also an accomplished online player. He's had a lot of success recently in the Scoop, the online tournament series, where he finished second to his countryman Kenny Hallard in one event, and he actually won another one for himself. So he's a Scoop winner, almost 200,000 in prize money, just those two tournaments. And the last player I haven't mentioned yet is Robert Auer from Germany. And Robert Auer is also an accomplished player. He recently, just a month ago, no, actually earlier this month, actually, he won a WSOP circuit event in Portugal, the main event. So he's already got one WSOP circuit ring. Actually, he doesn't have it. He told me it takes about 3 to 4 weeks to get the circuit ring engraved and sent to his home. So now you've met the players. It's time to follow the action. This hand between Sibon and Madsen. We've reached the river, and the flop was check bet call, turn check check, and now on the river Sibon bet and got a fold. So that pot goes to the Frenchman. And here's the chip counts. So chip leader on the final table is in fact on Salme. He has 83 big blinds. He's one of the less experienced players on this final table. Only $50,000 in live earnings. But he's got the biggest stack, so things are looking good for him. And second in chips, that would be Robert Auer, the German in seat 8. This was an 8 max tournament, so only 8 players on this final table. Now third in chips, Simon, the Frenchman, who we just saw win a pot. And the short stack is seat number 5, Felix Schlott, the German player, sitting to the left of Pianofield. And I hear the dealer say all in. It's Arne Coulier who is shoving over a raise. And that's pretty early position. Under the gun 1 opened and Coulier on his direct left shoved all in. And the shove gets through, so more chips for Arne Coulier. And I'm really pleased with this chip set that we have here in Brussels for this tournament, because it's really good different colors. We have the yellow chips, those are 1 case. The red chips are worth 5,000, and the blue ones, those are the most valuable, and those are 25,000. So 3 red chips and 3 yellows makes a raise to 18,000 from Sibon, from the button. And Pierre Neville is going to defend. So heads up between the two French-speaking players. Continuation bet from Sibon, and he takes it down. Julien Sibon second in chips now, but it's really close between him and Robert Auer. You can watch us on Facebook Live or YouTube. And you can also watch on viage.be. As I said, we're still 2 players away from the money. 6th place, 8,000 euros. And we're playing for a first prize of 42,000 euros. Pierre Neville just calls from the small blind, and Anselme in the big shoves all in. He's the chip leader and he's putting on the pressure. Neville is pretty short. Start stack in this tournament was 50,000, so Neville has less than 2 start stacks, 12 big blinds. Quite an ambitious limp, I would say. It's pretty tough to get a flop when the big blind is a chip leader and he can easily shove on you, as we just saw. So quite a few really short stacks, and it's going to be tough for them because obviously it's important to reach the money with 8,000 euro min cash. And Jacob Madsen, he just took the blinds by raising under the gun 1. I'm surprised he didn't get pushed around by the bigger stacks. Madsen is one of those stacks, you know, with he started hand with 29 big blinds, and it's one of those stacks who really doesn't want to bust in this scenario. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Felix in seat 5 and Hans in seat 2 are friends, because they were I saw them buying in at the same time, and they started actually at the same table and they end at the same table, so pretty good. And someone is all in. Yeah, it's Pierre Neville. He's all in from the cutoff. And Axiom Arne Couillet in the small blind. Suicide or no suicide is what he's pondering to himself. And I think he means ICM suicide. Arne Couillet As I said, he's been on quite a hot streak, doing really well in the scoops. So he doesn't care about a main cash. Come on, he's all in. And Ace 10 is the hand for Coulier, and Neuville Ace King. Looking good for Pierre Neuville. Yeah, he doesn't want to see a 10. Coulier obviously rooting for the 10 or something special. Queen 6 deuce on the flop. A jack on the turn is a gut shot for Coulier. Now he's looking for the king. But it's a deuce. And Neuville is happy about it. There you can see him standing, celebrating the double up. I wish I spoke French, or was probably English though. His English sounds a bit French. And Pierre Neuville doubles up, and now he's fifth in the overall leaderboard. And Coulier drops to the 6th place. I tried, you guys. I tried to bust him, is what Coulier is telling the table. Obviously, the short stacks hoping to reach the money. They wouldn't mind seeing Pierre go out, but the Ace King stood up, and Pierre Neuville doubles up. Another win for Ensemble or chip leader. Action in his hand, falling to the button of Robert Auer, and he raises. Looks like 22,000. And Madsen from Denmark, he shoves all in and takes down the pot. And this is what we're going to see a lot at the start of this final. There's a few short stacks, so I expect a lot of reshoves and a lot of folds. But as you can see, there's still many chips in play, so especially once we reach the money, I expect a lot more post-flop poker. And apparently the blinds are up. And the tournament director just announced. And I'm looking at the clock right now. Ooh, there's Felix Slot all in under the gun. As I mentioned, he won a WSOP circuit event 2 years ago in Italy. Ooh, and Arne Coulier also all in. So we're gonna get a showdown no matter what. It's Felix at risk. But it's an important part for Coulier as well. Felix Schlott, who started this tournament out really well, had a big stack early. After just an hour, he had over 200,000. So now he's at risk for 70,000. It's pocket sevens for Felix against ace queen from Arne. Arne again looking to hit, but he has better chances now. Window card is 7, but a gut shot straight draw for Coulier. Coulier looking for a 10 for a straight. It's a 4. 4 of hearts, but the hearts are not a factor. Looking for a 10. No, it's an 8, and that means Felix will double up. Once again at the cost of Arne Coulier. So bad news for the fans of Coulier, who doubled up 2 short stacks. First he doubled up Pierre Neuville, and now he doubles up Felix Schlott. And now it's Coulier at the bottom. I assume, yeah, there he is, 11 big blinds. Tough spot for Coulier. First the ace-10 against the shove of a short stack. Pretty close spot. He decided to go for it. He was up against ace-king, and now pretty standard hand, I guess. Felix short stacked. Goes for the all-in move with the pocket sevens, and Coulier with ace-queen. Pretty easy reshove. But unfortunately for Coulier, the 7 stood up, and Felix doubles up. Limped pot. Sibon just called from the small blind. With the blinds 5 and 10,000. And he checked the flop, which is interesting. Ace-high flop. You would expect him to bet it often. But instead he decides to check raise, which is also interesting. So he's limping, which is like 16 big blinds effective. And then check raises on an ace-high board. That's interesting, but he takes it down. I wish we had some hole cards right now. Pretty interesting play. Limped pre-flop and check raised on ace-10-9. And I can see in the Facebook chat a lot of support for Arne, for Pierre, but also for Arnoud. Robert Auer raising to 24,000. And it looks like he took it down. Quite a busy schedule they have here at the WSOP circuit in Brussels. A lot of tournaments running at the same time. It's really nice. If you bust out of one tournament, you can jump straight into the other one. Right now we have the main event running. Of course, day 1A. It's a 1,675 euro buy-in. And looking at the poker clock in the distance, I can see 102 entries so far, and it's you can still register and you can actually re-enter as well. And there's going to be a second starting day tomorrow, so I expect a pretty good big field. Arne Coulier gets an all-in through, takes down some needed chips, and he shows down King Jack. Pretty standard shove, I guess, especially if you look at what he's winning. So the main event is running on the side, and also we have a 300, I believe it's a 350 euro horse tournament. It's actually the second final table for Arne Coulier here in Brussels. He final tabled the 1K 6 max. I believe he finished 5th. And action falls to the small blind of our chip leader, and no surprise there, he shoves on Coulier. Coulier doesn't have the courage to call, and he might not have the cards either, so he just folds. Coulier 12 big blinds, but Felix Slot doesn't have much more than him. He's only got 13 big blinds, and Wenzelberger, the German player in C2, 16 big blinds. I'm not only a commentator, I'm also a player, and I've played with most of these guys. Some I've played with in this tournament actually, and I must say that Felix, no sorry, I mean Hans Wenzelberger in C2 seemed like a less experienced player. I hope I'm not wrong, but he seems pretty relaxed though. But the atmosphere is great. Coulier all in, and he's called. He jammed a small blind, and he got snap called by 2 aces. Robert Tower in the big blind with 2 aces. Yeah, that's an easy call. And Coulier looking for a king or a 7. He's got a gut shot, 8-6-4. He's looking for a 5 now. It's a king. That's a pair. More outs for Coulier. Looking for a king, a 7 or a 5. And it's a 5. Wow. Coulier cracks the aces. He cracks the aces and he can't believe it. He was already one foot out of the door, but manages to escape with a straight on the river. Pretty good turn, yeah. Coulier is saying he's a bit embarrassed, but he will take the chips for sure. A pretty important pot for him. He's third in chips now, Coulier. And he seems a bit embarrassed, but the honey badger. That's on his shirt, honey badger. I don't know why, but he always refers to himself as a badger. I have no idea why. Maybe someone can enlighten me on Facebook or something. We're actually on Twitch as well. And another player all in. This time it's Robert Auer, who we just saw losing with the aces. Pretty unfortunate for him. And he's all in, but he's taken down the blinds. We've only just begun and already so many interesting hands, so much action. We saw Coulier just double up with King 7 against aces. That's really fortunate. And I doubt he realizes it, but he's turning chips now with 25 big blinds. Sibon, one of the biggest stacks. He opens under the gun. I believe he's second in chips. Pretty well-known player from France. Apparently also a bit of a movie star. He's been in six French movies, according to IMDb. Sibon. And after Sibon opens Wenzelberger, the German guy in C2, he shoves all in. Oh, I didn't notice, but Robert Auer flat the button. And he calls now the shove. And they both have ace queen. They actually have the same suits. One has a heart and a diamond, the other has a diamond and a heart. And it's going to be a chop. Ensemble still the chip leader, started final table with the chip lead, and he's actually got quite a gap between him and Sibon, the French guy second in chips. Ensemble, I believe he's also French. Yeah, he's also French. Playing for a first prize of 42,000 euros. Ensemble opens 23,000. And Robert Auer flat calls. Once again, this time from the cutoff. Last time he just called, he had ace queen. Pretty surprising to just call actually with the ace queen last hand. He had about 24 big blinds, so he could have decided to do something else, but with the money so close, I can imagine he just calls. 8 for deuce flop. It's a heads up pot between our chip leader and our continuation bet, and oh, sorry, it wasn't heads up. Actually, Sibon called from the big, but he lays down on the flop as well. So Ensemble getting richer. Everybody is short according to Arlen Coulier. And it's quite true at the moment. But as I said, I expect the the pace of play to change once we reach the money and people have more big blinds to work with. It's actually English only at the table. So Coulier, he was talking to some of his friends, and he was talking in Flemish, and it's not allowed to talk Flemish during the hand. So if he wants to talk to his friends, then he has to stand up and walk to the rail. And he's telling his friends he wasn't sure about the ace-10 against Neuville, but he felt it was coming. Is what he said. I did feel like I was going to win, but I wasn't sure if I was supposed to call. And he was actually wrong about winning. He lost that hand, and Pierre Neuville doubled up. Robert all in under the gun +2. It's more than 20 big blinds, so must be. You would think he's not going to be too light at this stage of the tournament. Yeah, Robert Auer, who just recently won a main event from the World Series Poker Circuit in Portugal, and he told me about it. He said there were so few experienced players who made the trip to Portugal, maybe because of all the online series or other big live tournaments. But it was mostly local players, he said, and he was really pleased with the level of play he experienced, and he managed to take down the main event. Big victory for him. For him, his biggest result to date, and he's planning on traveling more now and playing more tournaments. And this is the first one he is visiting since then. He won 87,000 euros for a 1K buy-in, so that's a pretty good result for him. Total live earnings over $400,000, so that's not too bad. He's had some other successes. Yeah, Robert Auer actually, I said it was his biggest result, but that's not true actually. In 2013, he won the Masters final in Dortmund for over 100,000. So, and he came 11th in EBT Berlin. So he's been around for a while. He used to play online, but now he's mostly a live player. Action falls to the small blind, ensemble, or chip leader. He just limps in. And Coulier collects all the chips, gives them to the dealer, and he's gonna play a flop. Interesting way of checking, but I like it. Bet from Ensemble, he bets 10,000. Call by Coulier. Both players shouldn't have too many aces in their range, I would imagine. But the 10 of hearts on the turn is interesting. Both players check. And the river is another heart, so 4 hearts on the board now, 3 of hearts. Another check by Ensemble. And Coulier has to check if he has a heart. That's what he's saying. And makes a small bet. And takes it down. And he does show one card, so not sure what he showed though. He showed an 8 of diamonds. He showed an 8 of diamonds. That's an interesting card. So I'm guessing he probably had a heart because with the pair he might just go for the showdown value. Wenzelberger raises to 22,000 and he's one of the short stacks and one of the lesser experienced players, so he gets a lot of respect and everybody folds pretty fast. Looks like we're gonna get a new dealer. Mm. Six players will reach the money. Sixth place, 8,000 euros, 42,000 for first. And there's still 8 players remaining, so we need to lose 2 more players. I hope we get to see a lot of Pierre Neuville because he's an interesting player. There was a discussion amongst some players yesterday who I was having dinner with, and it seemed that everybody had a different opinion about the playing style of Pierre. So I'm curious what he's gonna show us here today. I guess he's a player with many different gears. Felix Slot, the short stack, 13 big blinds. Ensemble on the hijack. He's reaching for chips and he raises. 23,000 this time. He's been changing it up. Action over to Arne Coulier, who's counting his stack. And as I said earlier, I'm not sure if he realizes actually how close it is. Yeah, that's a good. He's looking around, asking players, "How much are you playing? How much are you playing?" That's smart. It's pretty tough if you're not used to these live tournaments, and all those chips, all those stacks, all those numbers. It's tough to keep track of your position compared to the others. Coulier decides to get out of the way, and it's Wenzelberger, I believe. No, it's sorry, it was Robert Auer who shoved all in there, and he took down the pot. Another all in. It's Wenzelberger this time. German player shoving from the small blind. Only Sibon left to act. But he folds, and Hans takes it down. Once again, Arnaud Ensemble raises it up. He's got a pretty modest hand page, only 50,000 in prize money. I mean, 50,000 is a lot of money, but compared to some of the other players, he's one of the lesser experienced players according to his live results. But looking at his composure at the table and the frequency of hands that he's in, I feel like he might be an experienced online player. Pretty interesting defend by Felix, who is on a really short stack. And this flop might hit him, but in this case, he decides to let it go. And Felix leaves himself with only 106,000. But he's been in worse situations today. He managed to double up just now with sevens against ace queen, so maybe he can double up again. The biggest story so far, Arne Coulier, who managed to double up with king 7 against aces. Lucky Badger. And I think another all-in announced. Yes, it's Felix Schlott from the small blind. And he got called by Pierre. It's ace 4 against the king queen off. That's pretty close. In equity, that is. Felix hoping that the ace high will hold. And Philip looking for a king or a queen, and there's a queen on the flop, queen high flop. Is that looking good for German? Looking for an ace. It's 8 on the turn, and only an ace can keep him in the game. It's a 9, and we say goodbye to Felix Schlott, who had a pretty good run in this tournament. Big stack early and managed to make the final, but it's all for nothing because only 6 players will reach the money. So Felix Schlott goes home empty-handed, which is pretty disappointing for him. And he got his money in reasonably good with the ace against the king queen. But as I mentioned, it's really close. So all it takes is a king or a queen and you're gone. And that's exactly what happened. Free advice from Anne Couillet, who was talking to Sibon. Sibon apparently had Jack 7, and Couillet is saying to him, "You should have shoved the button. You can shove anything. Come on." He might be right. I don't know. If someone knows, it's probably Couillet, who's, as I said, a quite accomplished player. He won the Belgian Poker Challenge twice in Namur, and he had some scoop success recently, winning a scoop tournament and coming second in another one for a combined $200,000. Raised by Sibon gets the job done. I'm happy that Couillet doubled up. He's such an entertaining player. He's joking around and keeping the atmosphere light. It's probably to his advantage because he wants everybody to be relaxed, and maybe if they get too relaxed, they make a mistake. Couillet keeping his cool. Yay. Once again, Hans gets the respect by if he raises, people get out of the way. I feel like they expect him to have a big hand there, but he might be stealing from them, who knows? Yeah, and as I said, it's 6 players in the money, so that means we're on the bubble. Couillet jokingly said, I guess we're hand for hand now, but obviously with just one table, we get to play on until one player busts, and then everybody has 8,000 euros locked up. In some smaller tournaments, this is the point where everybody takes out their wallet and leave some money behind for the bubble. But I don't feel like it's going to be the case in this tournament. Yeah, the World Series of Poker, pretty sure it's the first time in Belgium. World Series of Poker circuit event. And I must say, a lot of the players who are playing in these tournaments are actually not from Belgium. Many foreigners taking the time and the effort to travel for this special tournament, special series. Obviously, the main event just got started today, but we've had a few nice tournaments here so far. The biggest ones were €500 deep stack tournament, a 1K 6 max, and this 3K high roller. Apart from that, there were some side events, some hyper turbo, some satellites. There was also a satellite for this tournament. I'm curious to see if any of these players qualified through a satellite. That would be a good return on investment. $75 big blinds for a chip leader, Arnaud Ensemble. I'm gonna ask him in a break how you pronounce that last name. Shouldn't be too far off. A Frenchman, chip leading. And he's raising. He makes it 23,000. Taking down the blinds and the antes. Pianeville folded the big blinds. Pianeville, quite an interesting character. Obviously, he's the oldest player at this table. I need to check, but I believe he's 75 years old. Yeah, 74, 75. And he used to be in the toy business. But for the past few years, obviously he's retired and he's playing poker. Well, he calls it a hobby, but we see him at all these big tournaments. His nickname always used to be the serial qualifier because he would qualify for all the EBTs. Coulier has a good suggestion, and it seems the floor agrees, and all the players at the table agree. We're gonna play on until the money is reached, and once the money is reached, we will have the dinner break. It's almost 8 p.m. over here, but nobody has had any dinner yet. I kind of like it. All the dinner breaks here are pretty late in the evening. But there's many restaurants nearby and a pretty good restaurant in the casino as well. And it's nice to enjoy some good food, especially when you're a bit hungry. The Casino Viage is located in the center of Brussels. And as I mentioned, so many restaurants, so many bars and interesting stuff nearby. If you're sitting at home and thinking to yourself, well, I wish I was there, well, you can be here tomorrow and play the main event. Day 1B tomorrow, 1675 euro buy-in. And there's a few other nice tournaments coming up. There's, for example, a 1,000 euro bounty on Saturday, I believe. And the one which I found most interesting, a satellite towards the WSOP main event in Vegas. You can win a package here if it's a step satellite, so you can buy in for the first step. I believe it's 170 euros, or you can buy in for the direct qualifier, which is 1,100 euros, and you can win a package worth over 12,000 euros, including a hotel and some spending money, and a buy-in for the WSP main event in Las Vegas. Madsen, the Danish player, is all in and gets the job done. He takes it down. Sibon raises to 25,000. Sibon takes it down. He's been winning quite a few pots uncontested. Which is always nice, and he's second in chips. So two French players leading this high roller final table. And of course, Pierre Neville, French-speaking Belgian. Arne Couillet speaks Flemish and a bit of French. And we have two German players and one player from Denmark. Ensemble raises to 25,000. Sibon defend and Jack Jack 6 flop. Check by Sibon. And his countryman bets 25,000. He should tread carefully, being second in chips. But he makes the call. Julien Sibon. 8 on the turn. Goes check, check. And now on the river. I'm curious to see whether Sibon will bet out. He's considering his options. It looks like Julian is betting out. 47,000. Pretty interesting river bet because I don't think Sibon is going to bet if he has just a 6. So it feels like he has either a stronger hand or he made the call on the flop with the intention of making a move later on. He might be bluffing there, but of course he could easily just have a check or a hand like pocket eights, or I guess we're never gonna find out. Sibon takes it down on the river and moves up to 417,000. And it's Jakob Madsen from Denmark, who's now our short stack. Once again, Ensemble raises and takes it down. And now he shows pocket aces. First time he had it is what Collier said. He finally gets to show. Well, I don't know about that, but pocket aces you have to show. It's a sort of like flopping quads or straight flush. You have to show. All in from Jacob Madsen. It's probably Jakob in Danish. He's all in, and he wins the pot. Action folds to the small blind ensemble and he just rips it in. Effectively putting Coulier all in. And Coulier has to lay it down. Jacob Madsen, pretty modest animal page. Only 3 recorded caches. And his biggest result was actually at the WSOP circuit in Rosvadov in the Czech Republic. He came second in a side event, winning 8,000 euros. So he might actually get his best result today by finishing 5th or better. That's pretty easy. Well, not if you're the short stack actually. Pretty sure he'll be happy with just reaching the money at this point. All in by the chip leader again, putting the short stacks in the blinds to a decision, but they have a easy fold. And as I mentioned before, a pretty nice chip stack. These colors are there's blue, red, and yellow, so pretty easy to see the difference there. I sometimes get upset when the purples look like the pinks and the greens look like the dark greens, but this chip set is like the best ever. The yellow chips are worth 1,000 and red chips 5k. And the blues, those are the imported ones. Those are worth 25,000. And Hans Wenzelberger has all his chips across the line. Did you notice I pronounced it as German as I could? $182,000, and he's called by Sibon, and it's a smelly call. I mean, pretty interesting that he decides to just call and not reshove, even though he's only playing 400,000 himself, and everybody behind him is pretty short. So I feel like he's gonna have a big hand often. Let's find out. It's Ace King versus Pocket Fours. It's a coin flip, and Hans is hoping his fours will hold up. I need a 4 is what Hans is saying, but I doubt he needs one. He just needs to hold. Deuce 7 queen, so far so good for the fours. 9 on the turn. Ooh, ace on the river. Ace on the river for Julian Sibon and the German player Hans Wenzelberger. He's the bubble. He gets Greenstein on the bubble. So painful. Ace of spades sends him home. Everybody needs to pee, is what I heard, and somehow everybody's standing up and we're going on break. And I'm not sure if this is going to be the dinner break because we heard just before, we heard earlier that the players can choose to have a dinner break. I think we might go on a short break, then finish the level and go on a dinner break. I'll find out. Yeah, as I suspected, we're gonna go on a short break, 5 minutes. Everybody needed to pee, apparently. We're going on a short break, and then we're gonna finish the level. We have 23 minutes remaining on this level. And after 23 minutes, we're gonna go on dinner break. I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. We're back in the action. Final table of the 3,000 euro high roller. We just reached the money, and that might be a reason for Madsen to go all in from the small blind. He's locked up 8,000 euros, just as the rest of the table, playing for a first prize of 42,000 euros. And a fold by Sibon. So Madsen takes it down. Robert Ouwe raised to 26,000. Pretty unfortunate bust out for Hans in 7th place. He got it in with pocket fours against ace king, and ace on the river kept him from making the money. Robert Ouwe continuation bets and takes down the pot. Ensemble still the chip leader, even though Sibon managed to bust out the player just now. He's been the chip leader ever since these players got together for the final table. Sibon trying to change that by raising the button. And Ensemble defense. So the big stacks colliding in this hand. Positional advantage for Julien Sibon. 8 queen 10 on the flop. Continuation bet. Called. 25,000, so 5 red chips or 1 blue. Six on the turn, and I expect the action to go check check pretty often here. Sibon is probably not looking to play a big pot with most of his range. But he's gonna prove me wrong as he's grabbing for chips. Pretty interesting. You can imagine that with some cards, like some hands like a pair of tens, or if he has a hand like ace 10 or queen jack or 8-9, he's not gonna bet this turn. Call by Ensemble. I guess he's weighted more towards really big value hands, over pairs, strong queens, or better. And obviously there's some bluffs imaginable. Ace of hearts on the river is pretty interesting. Backdoor flush draw gets there. King Jack makes a straight. Pretty interesting card. And if Simon was actually barreling with something like King Jack or maybe some sort of flush draw, then he got there. Pretty strong triple barrel by him. And you can tell that Ensemble is French because he asked the dealer to spread the pot, which is pretty uncommon in some countries, but he makes the call. King high. King high announced by Simon, and Ace Jack is the hand for a chip leader, and as he makes the call on the river. Rivet the ace. He was check calling twice with ace high and a gut shot. Pretty interesting. As I said, the turn bet is the most interesting thing because Simon is not wrapping too many combos because, as I said, you want to be careful with many hands like weak queens, some sort of 10x type of hand. You want to be checking the turn. So once he bets the turn, he's more weighted towards really strong hands and some bluffs. And he did announce king high on the river, so he didn't have king jack. So most likely hand would be king 9, maybe with the king of hearts. If he has the king of hearts, he can be pretty sure his opponent doesn't have a flush because many of the flush combinations have the king of hearts in it. And having a king is also good because you're blocking the straight. So I feel like he did pick a good hand to bluff with, but if he indeed had the king of hearts, then it's pretty good hand to bluff with. But you have to also consider what you are representing, and in this spot, I feel like he's representing quite a narrow range because many hands are gonna either check the turn or check the river because it's a pretty scary board. So if he bets 3 times, he's basically saying I have a really big hand, which would be a flush or a straight. Even most 2 pairs are pretty scared on that river, and I can imagine him checking behind with a low 2 pair. So once he's betting the river, he's basically saying I have 2 big pairs. I have a set, a straight, or a flush. And it's pretty tough to get credit for a big hand sometimes, as we just saw because Arnaud Ensemble made the call with a pair of aces, and he was good. Good call by him. Even though he hit a good card on the river, it's still a tough call. I mean, the flush gets there and the straight gets there, and you have to believe your opponent is bluffing in order to make that call. Pretty good call. And he's over 1 million in chips on out, and he's created such a gap between him and the other players. So he's the big favorite right now. Great technique there by Coulier, who's such a live pro that he sneezes inside his t-shirt. Doesn't get any chips affected. He keeps his hands clean. But on the other hand, the inside of his shirt is getting dirty though. Still, great technique by him. Interesting play by Anselme. He's a chip leader, but he decides to just call on the cutoff. And I can see why, because the players left to act are pretty short stacked. So they could easily decide to re-raise all in. But as it happens, they just see a three-way flop. And action checks to Arnoud on the cutoff. He bets 20,000 and he gets called by Robert Auer. Pretty quick call as well. Not sure what that means. Here you can see the board. It's Jack 7 4 10 with 2 spades. Auer called from the small blind. He was getting a pretty good price, obviously, so his range might be quite wide. But then again, he's playing from the small blind, so you would think he would pick some hands with some playability. It's pretty tough to play out of position. And if you're playing out of position, you want to play hands that are easy to play. Or at least easier. There's very few hands in Hold'em which are actually easy to play. And he's faced with a second bet here on a turn. And most one pair hands, let's say he has 9-7 for example, he's still in a pretty tough spot. Or he could have just a 4, or I guess he should call with most of his jacks, but he decides to fold, and pot goes once again to Ensemble, who's really running away with the chip lead right now. Seems like he's the man to beat. And Arne Collier is he's mentioning that it's gone pretty quiet here, but might have to do with the main event being on dinner break. As you can see in the background, empty tables. Something went wrong. The player. Oh, this is interesting. Auer is all in, and the dealer accidentally mucked his hand. So pretty interesting. So that's an interesting situation. I'm not sure what the best solution is. I'm just gonna listen to the tournament director first and then tell you what's happening. So this is what happened. Pretty interesting situation. I actually have I'm pretty sure I haven't seen this before, and I've been doing quite a lot of commentary. But what happened was Robert Auer in the player in seat 8, he decided to go all in. But the dealer made a mistake. He mucked his hand. And so he had no more cards, but his chips were across the felt. And the tournament director decided, in the fairness of the game, that the best solution was to let Robert take back his chips. So basically the all-in was void, and his hand was gone as well. So they just handled it as if he folded, which is interesting. I don't know what the correct ruling should be, to be honest. And I'm pretty much a rule freak, so I don't know. The small blind didn't make any action yet, so it's a bad situation either way. So the floor immediately said he wasn't going to retrieve any cards from the muck. And I can imagine why he doesn't want to go that far, because it's a pretty tough situation either way. But I can imagine that if he would have been snap called, it would be a different situation. And the tournament director is now explaining in French, and my French isn't so good, so you'll have to excuse me if I translate this wrong. But I'm pretty sure he's saying that if he would have been snap called, he would have he would have gone for a different solution. Then he would have retrieved the cards from the muck. That's what I believe. And apparently Robert had Ace Jack. I'm not sure. I believe that was second pair on that board. I'm not sure. I didn't follow the action. Yeah, and some players, the players are saying, well, sometimes tournament director might decide to retrieve the cards based on the information given by the player, but and that would be one solution. And if the cards wouldn't be in the muck, so if let's say the player is all in and he tells the brush he has ace of diamonds, ace of hearts, and there's actually no aces in the muck, then the hand is dead either way. But I honestly think this was a pretty good solution by the tournament director. He handled it really well. He said right away, he paused the action. That's good, and immediately said, "Okay, guys, I'm not gonna retrieve cards from the muck. So here's what we're gonna do." And he handled that really well. Let's see, because Pierre Neuville is all in on the turn. It's a check raise all in by Neuville, who got a free flop from the big blind. He called a bet on the turn, on the flop, I mean, and now he check raises all in on the turn. And it's ace deuce against ace 10. Queen on the river, that's a chop. And it's funny because Coulier said, I'm not rooting for a chop, but I feel like it's going to be a chop. And he was right, even though it's unlikely. The ace 10 is likely to hold, more likely to hold. But a pretty interesting hand there. So the action Ensemble limped under the gun, and Neville checked in the big blind. Then Neville check called the flop, I'm pretty sure. I believe it was 20,000. And then on the turn, when Ensemble bet for the second time, I believe it was like 46,000. Then Neville check raised all in with his top pair. And the chip leader called with ace 10, and he was looking. It was looking good for the ace 10, but the queen on the river makes it a chop pot, split pot. Partage. I love the French word partage. Split pot. And so basically, nothing happened. Well, it did, but. Robert Auer, all in. This time protecting his cards pretty well, I imagine. $222,000. Action for the button, Julian. Julian's Siebel. Yeah. It's half his stack. He has to decide for half his stack if he wants to call or not. Obviously, he could decide to re-raise all in, but it's important for him not to lose half his stack, obviously. So, big decision. Decides to lay it down. And all in gets through. There's all in and a call. I turn around for 1 second and there's all in and a call. It's ace king against king jack. And the king jack of diamonds is Arne Couillet and ace king for Pierre Neville. So Couillet at risk, looking for a jack, and it's 7, 6, 7. Another 7 on the turn. And a 10 on the river, and that means good game for Arne Couillet, who gets a round of applause from the audience as Couillet busts in 6th place, and he receives 8,000 euros for his 6th place finish. Neville pretty much doubles up to over 400,000. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to the entertaining Arne Couillet. But let's face it, the guy has won plenty of money in the past few weeks, so nobody will shed a tear for him. Guys, that was the last hand for the dinner break. We're gonna go on. I believe it's. Is it 40 minutes or an hour? It looks like 40 minutes. So a short dinner break, and I'll be back in 40 minutes to talk you through the final 5 players who are fighting for first place prize of 42,000 euros. See you in 40 minutes. Okay, here we go again, guys. 5 players remaining. It's the final table of the 3K high roller here from Brussels WSOP circuit event. And as I said, 5 players remaining, playing for a first place prize of 42,000 euros. And these players locked up already 10.3k. Robert Auer limits the small blind, and big blind Madsen, Jacob Madsen from Denmark, he shoves all in. And action is on Auer. Oh, excuse me, it's confusing with the button. There's only a big blind, that's why I'm confused. There's only a big blind. It was an under the gun shove, that's what happened, and big blind Robert Auer makes the call. Auer with the ace-10 of clubs against the king-queen from Madsen. Madsen looking for a king or a queen to survive. Oh, a king and a flush draw. Exciting flop. Top pair for Denmark. Flush draw for Germany. Robert Auer looking for an ace or a club. It's another king. Trip kings will see Madsen double up. Yeah, pretty standard situation in my opinion. King, queen, 10 big blinds, 5-handed. It's easy shove, and Robert Auer in the big blind, he has to call with the ace-10 suited. I spoke to him in the break just now, and he told me he was hoping for the short stack Madsen to bust. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed in busting him, so unfortunately for him, we're still with 5 players, and Robert Auer is a short stack. As you can see in the bottom of your screen, Arne Couillet finished 6th place. Couillet made his second final table this week. He already final tabled the 1K6 max, in which he came 5th. And now there's only one player remaining from Belgium, and his name is Pierre Neuville. Obviously a very well-known player, accomplished player with $4.1 million in prize money. And that's just from live tournaments. And the stacks are really close. There's 3 players around 25 big blinds. Auer is the short stack with, what's that, like 5 or 6 big blinds. And our chip leader goes by the name Arnaud Ensemble. He's from France. And he has over $1 million. And he's gonna make those chips work for him. He raises from the cutoff and looks like he takes it down. You can imagine that all the players are looking at Auer to make a move now. They want the German to get his chips in. So they're gonna make an easy 4,000 euros if he busts. And as we can see, he's only got 4 big blinds actually. So 4 big blinds. Robert Auer is gonna make a move pretty fast. I can imagine he's a experienced player, and he knows that with 4 big blinds, there's very few seconds to waste waiting for a hand. So he's not gonna wait too many hands. He's gonna wait this one though. Once again, the chip leader opens. As you can imagine, he's gonna do often. And the Veal in the big blind looks like he's interested. Yes, the Belgian makes the call, and they're gonna play heads up flop. Check by Neuville on this 5-6-4 flop. Nee. And it gets checked down to showdown, so it seems. No, on the river, Ensemble makes a bet. Seems like he has the ace often, the way the hand played out. But it's actually Pierre Neuville who had the ace. We did get to see Ensemble's hand. It might show up in the graphics, otherwise I'm gonna check with the back office. Yeah, there it is, the Jack 9. Interesting decision not to continuation bet. Maybe he felt like the flop connected too good with the defending range of Neuville. But I'm a bit surprised. I would take a more straightforward approach and just bet the flop. Try to take it down right there. But interesting choice. I did feel like he was gonna have an ace often because it makes sense to check down ace high. You have showdown value, and once you hit the ace, you can easily value bet. So he did represent an ace quite nicely. Unfortunately for him, Neuville had the ace. Ooh, there's Robert Auer all in, as expected. Short stacked, he moved in under the gun, and Ensemble called. Auer has the queen 4 and 9-6 for our chip leader. Yeah, it's only 3 more big blinds to him, and he has plenty of chips, so he can try to bust out an opponent. So far, the queen high ahead for Robert Auer. He's looking to survive unless a 9 or a 6 comes. Now there's more opportunities. An 8 would give the chip leader a straight. And there it is, the 8 on the turn, and that means the German is drawing that. Robert Auer finishes in 5th place, and he gets a modest applause from one player in the reel. And the chips move over to Arnaud Ensemble, who's been crushing this final table so far. He started with 8 remaining as a chip leader, and he's been pounding away, chipping away. He's been opening pots, he's been stealing blinds, he's been busting players, and he's got 1.3 million chips to show for it. No, that's not true actually. He's got a little over a million. There you go. So these players guaranteed 14,200 euros now, which is the biggest live result for the player in seat 1, which is Jacob Madsen from Denmark. He folded, and then Sibon, the Frenchman. Oh wait, no, excuse me, Madsen is in the big blind. So Sibon opened under the gun, and Madsen thinking about his options. He has a stack which with he could easily defend, and that's what he's doing. He called the raise, and two players are gonna see a flop. Flop comes king ace 9 with two spades, and Madsen already checked. This is a flop which really favors the under the gun open. Of course, it's only four-handed, but the big blind isn't supposed to have too many big aces, because with his stack, it's more likely that he would shove pre-flop. So you can deduct a lot of big aces from his range, and then it's tough for him to have hit this flop. But he does make the call. And turn is an 8 of hearts. Check by Madsen. It was a pretty small. Well, no, it was. I was gonna say it was a pretty small bet on the flop, but actually it's close to a half pot. Pretty interesting if Sibon bets the turn. I would think he's gonna win the pot a reasonable amount of the time. He's putting a lot of pressure on the Danish player, because, as I said earlier, it's unlikely that Madsen has a hand like ace queen or ace king or ace jack. He could have ace jack, I guess. But being this short-handed and reasonably shallow stacked, it makes sense that he would play a big ace aggressively pre-flop. He does make the call though. So maybe he's being stubborn with a weaker ace or a king, or made some sort of two pair with king 9 or 9-8, king 8 even. Ace on the river is pretty interesting. Makes it even more unlikely that either player has an ace. Pretty bad river to bluff also. Let's see it. Ace 6 for Madsen. So he did have an ace, but it was a weak one. Ace 6 off. It seems like Ensemble moved over a little bit, giving some room to Neuville. Yeah, the far right side of the table is being cleared out, so there's a lot of room to sit over there. Armand, the man to beat right now with the sunglasses. He has the biggest stack. And it's Neuville opening this hand with a raise to 50,000. Ensemble made the call, and it looks like they're going to the flop heads up. Continuation bet by Neuville, 65,000, and a call by the Frenchman, Arnaud. 9 of spades on the turn. We haven't seen these guys battle it out too much so far. Neuville's been pretty quiet. He doubled up early at the final table with ace-king against ace-10. Since then, he didn't play too many hands. He did shove on the turn with top pair once, got called by Ensemble with a better top pair, better kicker. But ended in a chop, a split pot. Otherwise, Neville could have been gone, but he's here at the final 4 players of the €3,000 high roller. Turn checked by both players, and now on the river, 6 of hearts. Any 8 makes a straight. And Neville checked once again, and now he's faced with a bet of 118,000. And we don't get to see the cards because Ensemble Bet the River took it down. I'd like to mention once again, you can watch us via different ways. You might be watching on the Viage website, viage.be, but you can also check us out at YouTube or even Twitch. I had to think about that one, Twitch. So you can get in contact with us through social media at PokerCityNL or check out our Facebook page, PokerCityNL. This stream is brought to you by both the Grand Casino Bruxelles, Viage, and WSOP circuit, and PokerCityNL. A nice collaboration between those 3 parties. It's gonna be another blind battle between Neuville and Ensemble. Pierre Neuville, you might remember, made the final table of the WSOP main event. He was a November 9er. And he finished in 7th place, winning more than $1 million. I believe it was like 1.3 million or something. Pierre Neuville and Kenny Hallaert, the only 2 Belgians who made the November 9. The last Belgian November 9ers, because they're getting rid of the concept of November 9 this year. The WSOP main event will finish in July. So it's going to be a few grueling days of poker for those guys. And if you want to be a part of that great big tournament in Vegas, the WSOP main event, here's your chance. You should head over to Brussels to the Grand Casino Viage, because only this week they have a special Las Vegas promotion where you can actually win a package towards that WSOP main event. There's small satellites running throughout the week, And on Sunday there will be the super satellite, which is 1100 euros. You can either buy in directly or try to qualify through one of the smaller satellites. And if you win the 1100 euro satellite, you're gonna win entry to the WSOP main event. You're gonna get some money for your travel expenses, etc. And you're gonna get I believe it's 1 week or something in MGM hotel. So you get a hotel, you get entry to the tournament, and some spending money. Plane tickets are expensive, so you need the spending money. And you might be the next WSP finalist, like Pierre Neuville. Neuville, born in 1953. So that's like 74 years ago. 74 years ago, Neuville was born. It's been a while. I feel like he's been playing poker ever since. He's been around. You've seen it all. I really like his poker face as well. Neville, it seems like, I mean, he's an older gentleman, and he sometimes looks like he's dozed off a little, like he's sleeping, but in fact, he's sharp as a knife, and he's still winning the money. He's secured himself 14,200 euros in this tournament. As he's playing a flop right now, blind versus blind. Sibon limped a small blind, and now he's betting small on the flop. And takes it down. Pretty important pot for the Frenchman, who was down to 190,000. Blinds are 8,000, 16,000 with a 2K ante, so every pot is pretty important, especially for Sibon, who now has 13 big blinds. Pretty shallow final table so far. I imagine that's because of the time it took to reach the final table. As we got close to the final table, the action slowed down and we didn't see too many bust outs. And the blinds, they don't care, they just go up anyway. So Sibon jams the button, and it looks like he got caught. And he's saying fini to his friends because he's all in with King 9 against Kings. And he's saying it might be over now, but let's wait and see what happens. We saw Arne Coulier winning with King 7 against Aces. So maybe the King 9 against Kings can get lucky. Flop 10, 9, 6. So he's got a 9 working for him. Jack on the turn. He needs a 9 to survive. It's a 10. And we're going to say goodbye to the Frenchman. Knocked out by his countryman. It's Julien Sibon from France. He finishes in 4th place. Takes home 14,200 euros. And he can focus on his acting career now. He's been in a couple of French movies. Pretty impressive IMDb page. You might want to check that out. Some really cool headshots. Handsome foreman. Anyway, 3 players remaining. 1 from Denmark, 1 from Belgium, and 1 from France. Julien open jammed the button, 13 big blinds with King 9 off, and an easy call for the chip leader, who woke up with 2 kings. Paire de roi. And look at that mountain of chips for Samle. Neville edging closer to another big victory. That would be something. He's a short stack though. Must be nice to get a walk. It was Jacob Madsen from Denmark who folded the small blind. Jacob, I mentioned this at the start of the final table. He doesn't have too much live experience, so it seems. Only a few cashes on his hand mob. His biggest result was cashing just a little over 8,000 euros. So this is a pretty big result for him either way. He's secured himself 20,200 euros. And he started the final table as one of the short stacks. So it's a great result for him so far. He cannot be too unhappy regardless of what happens now. But he's probably looking to win just a little bit more. He's still in contention for first place prize of 42,000. And the tournament director is bringing over some motivation, according to him. His words, not mine. He put the circuit ring on the table. The winner of this tournament, there it is, we can see it now. The winner of this tournament is not only walking away with 42,000 euros, he's also getting a WSOP circuit ring. A few years ago, you could only win a circuit ring if you visited one of the tournaments in the States. But now the WSOP is having many stops in Europe. This is one of them, and this is a ring event. So the winner of this tournament will get a special ring with the name of the tournament. And actually, the name of the winning player is also engraved in the ring. Not yet, obviously, but otherwise we could just peek at the ring and we would know who would win. But no, once the winner is determined, they're gonna engrave his name into the ring. So that's actually a pretty special prize. It's not something I'm used to seeing, and I like it. It's a pretty ring. I might have to check it out. Might have to steal it from the table. Or I might actually win one. Why not? There's a few more tournaments coming up where you can win one. And I'll be playing in some of them. Of course, the main event, tomorrow, day 1B. 1,675 euros to enter. And you get to re-enter during the late registration. You can re-enter. So that's one of the opportunities. Another opportunity, for example, is a 1,000 euro bounty tournament that's still coming up Saturday. And there's so many interesting side events as well. There's a deuce to 7 triple draw tournament tomorrow. You don't see that every day. Interesting hand developing. It was pre-flop Ensemble who limped the button. And small blind folded, then Neville checked the big. The flop went bet and a call. And after that it was pretty slow as Neville showdowns pocket deuces. And ace-3 off for Ensemble. Interesting limp by him with the ace-3 offsuit. I feel like he's adopted a certain strategy, a limp strategy, where he's just limping many hands. He doesn't want his opponents to get an opportunity to raise him pre-flop by shoving. So I guess it's a way for him to get to play more hands post-flop. He's keeping the pot small. He's in control. He's in position. He's got all the chips, so why not? I like it. Ensemble also a pretty modest resume so far. He hasn't played too many. He hasn't cashed too many tournaments yet. He's been playing mostly lower buy-ins, and he has about $50,000 in live tournament earnings. And if you combine that with the live earnings of Jacob Madsen, they're still way behind Pierre Neville. Pierre Neville, who's made 4.1 million in live earnings during his poker career. That's pretty impressive for someone who calls himself an amateur. Neville folds the button and Ensemble in the small blind. He's taking back chips and seems like he's putting out a raise. I can see a blue chip, two blue chips actually. He's putting pressure on the second biggest stack. The blue chips are worth 25,000. The red chips are worth 5,000 and the yellows are 1,000. Yeah, pretty interesting chip distribution. Here we see the chip counts: 1.5 million for Ensemble, and Matt's at 533, Neville 273, I believe. So Ensemble in control. I like his composure. He's looking pretty confident, sitting with his back straight and the sunglasses and everything. He has the look of a winning poker player. Madsen in the small blinds. He takes the all-in triangle from the dealer and puts it in front of him, declaring he's all in. These guys have been playing way too much with Arne Coulier, who's got a lot of neat tricks like this, just taking the triangle himself. If you're watching the stream, you can contact us through Facebook. If you're watching the stream on Facebook, or you could contact us on Twitch. You can also contact us on social media at PokerCityNL or Facebook PokerCityNL. First time that we're here in live streaming from Brussels. We've been doing the live streams mostly on Dutch tournaments in Holland Casino, but we're looking to expand. So nice first step here in Brussels. Race from the chip leader Arnaud Ensemble, and he takes it down. Oh. 15 big blinds for Pierre Neville. He's the short stack now. Jacob in the small blind. He hasn't been playing too many hands so far, but feels like he's stepping up his game. He's all in now, and he gets called by Pierre Neville. Pocket deuces against ace queen. It's pretty much a cooler with the small pair. Obviously, he's gonna shove. Neville calling with the ace queen, and Neville is at risk. He's looking for an ace or a queen. King 9-3 on the flop. Neville still looking for an ace or a queen. He could make a backdoor straight as well. King, that's not a good card for Neville. Well, he got counterfeit outs now. He can win with a 9 or a 3. Or... No, it's a king. Trip kings is not enough because it's going to be Jacob winning the hand with his full house. And we say goodbye to the veteran of the game, Pierre Neville. Pierre, very unfortunate to see you go. Did you enjoy the tournament?
Yes, I enjoyed the tournament. I've been 4 hours on the shorter stack of the tournament, so uh, couldn't be better. See, except the last flop.
Yeah, you kept surviving, but now the final flip was the last one.
Yes, of course, as usual. You see, it's poker, but the most stupid hand with pocket deuces.
Even the smallest pair can win.
We missed it, but I enjoy it very much. So it's it was a very nice tournament. Many good players, a good ambiance, and a good game.
Well, good game to you, and I hope we're going to see you in the main event.
Yes, it's a little bit late today for tomorrow.
Okay, I wish you the best of luck tomorrow, Pierre. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It was Pierre Neville finishing in third place. He still takes away 20,200 euros, which isn't too bad for 2 days' work. A nice prize for the gentleman Neville. Not too many players crushing the scene at 74 years old. So a big congrats to him. And we're gonna set everything up for the heads up. 2 players remaining. It's Jacob versus Arnaud. Jacob Madsen from Denmark and Arnaud Ensemble from France. And it's actually pretty close right now. It's a 2-1 chip lead for the Frenchman. 92 big blinds versus 51 big blinds, and I'm curious how this will work out. We haven't seen Madsen do too many crazy things so far, but I imagine that he realizes that heads up, he has to step up his game and be a bit more aggressive. So I'm curious if he will bring the aggression or if he will let Arnaud do all the work. We're gonna find out in a few minutes. Stay with me, guys. See you soon. is will be returning 5 minutes past the hour, and then we will take some pictures and we will start the heads up. So get the pizzas in the oven and get ready for the heads up.
Quick test of the sound. A little buzz, just seeing whether it's fixed.
Right, so here we go again. And now for all the money, heads up, Jacob Madsen versus Arnoud Ensemble. Jacob has the button. He raises to 35,000 and he takes it down. Notice these guys are actually a pretty deep stack now, and it's going to be a totally different game from what we have seen up until this point. We've seen so many pre-flop all-ins, short stacks shoving, but now we're heads up with deep stacks. Things might change. I imagine it might have changed if Neville doubled up with the ace queen against the deuces, but he didn't, so he finished in third, and now these guys have a lot of room to play with. And Armand raises and he takes it down. And we saw Martijn, our graphics guy, stand up asking the dealer to announce the bet sizes. You have to imagine that we have to fill in all these numbers by hand manually. So if he cannot hear the dealer announce the sizings, then it's tough for him. You don't realize those things when you're sitting at home, but it's actually a lot of work to to make a live stream. So thank you guys for watching. It's a limped pot. No, sorry. It's a raise by Jacob and a call by Armand. Ten, 5, 3 with 2 diamonds. Bet from Jacob. That looks like 28. 28k. Relative small sizing, but I like it. He gets the call and deuce of diamonds on the turn. Both players check, and we're gonna see a river 9 of clubs. Now a pretty big bet on the river, 75,000 by Arnaud. Fold by Jacob, and Arnaud takes it down. As you can see in the center of the table, the blue case with the WSOP circuit ring in it for the winner of this tournament, alongside 42,000 euros. This was a 3,000 euro buy-in, 46 entrants. And these players are the final 2 remaining. Jacob Madsen, who is from Denmark, and Arnaud Ensemble, he's from France. And we are coming live to you from Brussels, the Grand Casino Viage. Beautiful casino in the center of the city. You can step outside the casino into the sun, and you can visit all the nice restaurants and do some touristy stuff. You can visit Manneke Pis. He's really close by. Jacob Madsen raises to 50,000 from the button, and he gets the call. Heads up to the flop. Well, that's often what the case, heads up. It's a king 3 deuce flop, rainbow. And if you look at the stacks of chips, it might seem that Arnoud has many more chips, but in fact, Jacob has a lot of blue chips, which are worth 25,000. If Jacob would double up, he would actually have the chip lead, so it's not that big of a difference. Once again, a pretty modest hand so far. 2 streets of action post flop. On the flop, Jacob bet 30,000. He was called and checked back the turn. And now he folds to the river bet from Arnoud. Yeah, both players, as I mentioned before, not too many cashes on their handle page, and so either way, this is going to be a really big result for them. Especially for Jacob, who his previous biggest cash was only 8,000 euros. The WSOP coming to Brussels for the first time, and it's such a nice schedule. So many side events. If you were to get eliminated from one of the tournaments, you can easily jump into the next one. Right now we have 4 tournaments running. There's the main event, 1,675 euro buy-in, and there's a 365 horse tournament for the people who know all the games. And there's a satellite running towards the main event. And of course, you're watching the heads up of the 3K high roller. There's cash games running. I'm not sure what's running right now because the cash games are being held inside, well, let's say on the casino floor, where this room where we are is separate from the rest of the casino. But the lowest stakes they're offering is 2-2, and pretty much everything goes from there. So I know there's a lot of pot limit Oma, and I guess most games are between 2-2 and 5-10. But I know that in the past there's been quite a few big games here. So 66 big blinds versus 28 big blinds. And Jacob opens with a raise to 50,000. Arnoud makes the call, and we're gonna see a flop. Both players check. So it's a deuce 7 queen 5 board with 3 spades. And now Arnoud comes out betting, and he was betting pretty big. It seemed like he was betting 75,000. So that's a pretty big bet. 1.7 million now for the Frenchman. And it's looking like a pretty good turnout so far for the main event. Already 111 players registered for day 1A, and registration is still open. Players are allowed to re-enter as well, and tomorrow I expect an even bigger turnout on day 1B. You could still jump in the car and come on over, because if you register now, you get 60 big blinds, which is pretty reasonable. This is this hand is come to a river. King 6 deuce 8 5. Pretty small pot so far. Only a small bet on the flop. Turn checked by both players. Both players seem to have a controlled style, playing small pots mostly. But now Jakob is saying let's put in some more chips, and he's betting pretty big, 110 into 168. Pretty interesting. So it was Jakob who raised pre-flop, and Arnaud defended from the big blind. Then Arnaud check called the flop. Turn went check, check, and now Jakob is betting big on the river, and we haven't seen him do this. And Arnaud has even put up his sunglasses. He's clearly going deep into the tank about this one. It's pretty interesting line, because you would think that if he had like a king, for example, he would have bet the turn, but he didn't. He did a sneaky check on the turn with the king 9, and he got paid on the river. Jakob has been checking a lot of turns, so I guess he figured he should check it now as well, since even though he had a hand this time. It's a bit unconventional, but I like it. He got paid, and that's what it's about. It seems like the blinds have gone up as a rule of the WSOP. The blind structure has changed now that we're heads up. Levels are shortened. You get to play many more hands each hour, obviously, each level, because when you're heads up, you get dealt more hands, if that makes any sense. And so it also makes sense if you shorten the blind levels. So the levels are half an hour, and the blinds just went up. And we're playing 10-20 with a 3K ante. We also have antes heads up. That's That's different from each tournament. Sometimes they let the players decide to play without antes. Sometimes the tournament director decides whether we play with or without. It's all different in each casino, but I'm used to playing without antes heads up mostly. Anyways, it's not that important either way. We've come to the river once again, and this time it was Jacob who raised pre-flop. The flop was checked by both players. Then the board paired on the turn, and Jacob called the bet by Arnaud, and now on the river Arnaud is betting again. And I feel like he's weighted to having a value hand quite often, because if your opponent is calling you on a 4-9-3-3 board, he's very likely to call you again if you bet the river. So that makes it a bad spot to bluff, and I feel like Arnaud is an experienced player, and he's gonna recognize that situation the same way that I recognize it, and therefore he might decide to not bluff too much and be more weighted towards value hands. But then again, it's heads up, and sometimes you just barrel and hope you win. $1.7 million, playing 620,000. Clearly the advantage for the Frenchman right now. But Jacob has been doing really well so far. He started the final table as a short stack, and he managed to get heads up. Arnaud, on the other hand, he started the final table as a chip leader, and he didn't let go. Apparently, Arnaud was all in against two players just before the final table, but he managed to triple up. I believe it was ace deuce versus queens and tens, so pretty nice win for him there. And he tripled up and managed to get the chip lead and didn't look back. Pretty small pot won by Arnaud with the ace high. Raise to 50,000 and a call by Jacob for Jack 9 with two diamonds. Check, check. King on the turn. Checked again. And now we're on the river. Queen of hearts. Check to showdown. And looks like Jacob is showing down the winner. Looks like he had a queen. slowly edging closer, the Danish guy. I feel like we've seen this before. Jakob raising to 50,000 and Arnoud to make the call. Both players check the flop and quite a conservative style so far by both players. They haven't been out of line so far as I can tell. Pretty honest fellas, these guys. Here's where it gets interesting. Oh, I thought he might be raising, but he just called. So the flop and check. On the turn, Arnoud bet 85,000. He got called. 10 on the river. Check by Arnoud. A pair of tens. And I was wondering what he might play this way because Arnoud was actually betting the turn. And I feel like if he had a king or a jack, he would obviously be likely to be betting the river. So once he checked the river, I figured he had given up on the hand. But in fact, he just hit a 10 and decided to take a showdown value, and it was enough. So we're playing heads up for first place prize of 42,000 euros. Second place, 28,000 euros. So that's 14,000 euros difference. And as far as I can tell, the players haven't been discussing any deals or anything. So pretty big heads up, 14,000 euros difference. And of course, you can win the WSOP circuit ring. And that's what it's all about. Ooh, a 3-bet. We haven't seen any 3-bets so far in this heads up match. It was Jakob opening for 50k again. And now it's Arnoud 3-betting to 150. And so far Arnoud's been pretty happy to mostly play post-flop. So I'm curious to see what type of hands he will be 3-betting with. I hope we get a showdown, but first let's see a flop because Jakob made the call. And it's an ace-queen flop with 2 clubs. That's pretty interesting because both players could easily have an ace, obviously. $115,000 bet by Arnold. Relative small bet if you look at the size of the pot, but with this board texture, it's pretty logical for him to take a small sizing with pretty much his entire range. If you have an ace, you want to give your opponent some room to stay in the hand, and if you don't have an ace, you want to try and take it down as cheap as possible. So it makes sense to bet small. And it's going to get interesting now on the turn after Jakob made the call. The turn is a 5 of clubs, so that brings more opportunities. Someone might have a flush now. If both players have an ace, then Fireworks might fly. Second barrel from the Frenchman. And now the heat is on for Jakob. Even if he would have an ace, this is a really tough spot because the way Arnaud is playing this hand, he's just clearly representing a big hand. He 3-bet pre-flop, he bet the flop, and now he's betting the turn. He's not afraid of the call, so it seems. So he's basically saying he has a big hand. But his sizing is kind of interesting because you would think that he would go for a bigger sizing, but I guess with the stacks as they are, he doesn't have to. There's so few chips behind for Jakob. It's basically he's under pressure for his entire stack right now. Arnaud knows. Ooh, he went all in. He went all in, and Arnaud folded. Big pot for Jakob, who ties for the lead right now, heads up. And it's a new game as they are even. Look at those stack sizes, 1.2 million versus 1.1. It's anyone's game right now, and wow, pretty big pot for the Dane there. We can see the players in the main event, they're on break, so it seems. I see Pierre Neuville, he is playing the main, even though he said he was going to play it tomorrow, but I can imagine he got itchy once he saw the blinds were only reasonably, were just reasonably low. They're going to 300, 600 soon, and the start second the main is 30k, so that's plenty of room to play. And if you don't succeed, you can try again tomorrow. Of course, you will have to pay another 1,675 euros, but hey, the man has 4.1 million in live earnings, so. This hand checked to showdown, so it seems, and Jakob takes it down. Both players seem so focused. They seem pretty relaxed as well. And it's pretty tough to choose a favorite right now. Both players showed some excellent skills so far. Arnaud races to 50,000 and Jakob makes the call. Both players been pretty consistent with their opening size. Both players make it 50k every time. Check, check on the flop and check, check on the turn. So now there's a 4-card straight out there. Any king or 8. And it's Jakob taking the initiative on the river. He bets and he takes it down. And for the first time since the start of the final table, it's actually Jakob who has the chip lead. 1.2 million playing 1.1. You would think, looking at those stacks, that it's Arnoud with the chip lead, but like I said, the blue chips, they are worth 25k, so having those is more important than having stacks of yellow, which are only 1000. As you can see at the bottom of your screen, 6 players made the money, including Arne Coulier and Pierre Neuville. 5th place for Robert Auer, who had a great one in Portugal earlier this month, won a WSP circuit main event. Ooh, once again we see a 3-bet for by Arnaud pre-flop. And the last time he 3-bet pre-flop, it didn't work out for him. He lost a big pot on the turn. But it might change this time. Who knows? Oh, and Jakob re-raises all in and takes it down. So he 4-bet jammed 1.1 million, which is a reasonably large jam. As both players have like 50 bigs. Yeah, both players have more than 50 big blinds. So I'm pretty surprised to see a jam there, but
So close to fold.
so the blinds to 10,000, 20,000. For a brief moment it's at 12, 24, but not yet. 10 more minutes in this level. Another modest hand. Pre-flop it was Arnaud opening and they checked it to the river. And it seems Arnaud is confident he has the best hand. He bets and he takes it down. One of Jacob's friends providing him with a bottle of water. It's good to have friends like that. They will help you through a thirsty heads up. Must be so nice to win a WSOP circuit ring with your name engraved and everything. You can just go to your home game and show it around. You can go to your uncle's birthday party and shake everybody's hands, just hoping that they notice your ring. If your girlfriend has been complaining because she wants to get some jewelry, you can give her something for cheap. It's a win-win situation. It seems like Arnaud is raising the flop. Yeah, he is. Small bet by Jakob, who opened up pre-flop. And now Arnoud check raising the flop and taking it down. It's interesting to see those contradictions in playing style. It seems like Arnoud is more on the offensive side and Jakob is more a defensive type of player. But both players have been doing well so far, so it's really nice to play a tournament where the dealers are so skillful and so good at what they are doing. Uh, this dealer specifically is one of the best dealers in Europe, and he travels the circuit. He deals many different tournaments, like the WSOP circuit event, but also the WPT and many big tournaments throughout Europe. Those guys are freelance dealers. And they don't make mistakes often. We had one situation at the final table which was interesting, where the dealer accidentally mucked the cards of a player who was all in, but that was resolved really nicely by the tournament director. Another modest hand. Check to showdown once they saw the flop, and it's Jakob stacking the chips with king high. So this tournament we're watching is actually a side event. It's a 3K high roller. A modest 46 entries, but hey, it's 3,000 euros. It's a lot of money. 46 entries, 6 players in the money, and we're playing for a first place prize of 42,000 euros. And I can guarantee you that the first place prize in the main event will be a decent amount bigger than this. So far today, we've had 112 entries in the main event, and tomorrow is day 1B. So I expect a pretty big field, at least 250 entries, I would think. Raise pre-flop by Arnoud. He makes it 50k. Madsen calls, and on the flop, Jakob check called. Turn went check check, and now we're looking at a 5 of clubs on the river. And once again, we get a showdown. But this time, I mean, it seems like Arnoud is the player with the best hand. He had ace jack. Oh, excuse me, Jakob had ace jack and 9-7 of hearts, the hand for Arnoud, who takes it down. Many different nationalities represented here in Brussels. Players coming from all over Europe and even outside of Europe to play in this tournament. I've spoken to players from Portugal, from Russia, from Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Holland, even a guy from Saudi Arabia, and a player from somewhere in South America, I forgot. But I've spoken to many different people during the past few days. Nice to see so many players making the trip to Brussels to eat some waffles and some chocolates and get to experience some Belgian culture. Once again, a race to 50,000, and we're gonna see a flop. Might be the last hand in this level. Ace 8-3. Jakob continues betting on the flop. He makes it 27,000 this time. Pretty small bet. I like his sizing so far. He's been choosing the smaller sizings on certain dry boards. This is a good example of a really dry flop, you know. If your opponent doesn't have either an ace or some sort of pair, he's likely to fold. There's not too many draws out there, so you can win the pot with a small sizing. The problem is, if you try to steal for cheap, then you have to value bet small as well. Otherwise, it's gonna be a bit transparent. So in general, your strategy has to be balanced, as we say, and I would prefer betting a small sizing all the time. But that's not what he's doing here on the river. And on the river, it's a different situation, and he's betting pretty big this time. It's the ace paired on the river, so any pair is likely to call a bet, and therefore you want to bet big for value and you want to bet big as a bluff. So I like his sizing, and he's so likely to get called, so I feel like he's rated more towards value. But it's tough. You can really level yourself as a poker player in these situations. Let's see it. Jakob shows 9-5. So he went for a pretty big sizing with just the 9. And I like it. I like it a lot because it's unlikely your opponent has an ace, since there's two aces out there, and he didn't show too much strength pre-flop. So he's most likely holding as an 8. And as I said, on this board texture, it's pretty tough to get away from an 8. So you can bet pretty big. You can bet pretty big with the 9, and you can get called. And you get called by worse hand. The players requested a break, but the tournament director said, well, I've been giving you a lot of breaks in between, and we have to keep an eye on the clock as well. So let's play on for now. And then Jakob requested if he could get a bottle, and the floor said, do you want a bottle of water? And Jakob said, no, I need a bottle for something else. So I guess he really wanted the break, but the floor is the tournament director is making him play on. I hope he's okay, but I think he's doing fine. So the blinds are up, and therefore Arnoud is raising a little bit bigger this time. He made it 60,000. So far, these guys have been raising to 2.5 times the big blind. Pretty small pot won by Jacob. Actually, every pot is important right now, especially since they are so close in chips. And Jacob has taken the lead with a stack of 1.4 million. Pre-flop it was Jacob raising to 60,000, and now on the flop he's continuation betting. He makes it 75k, and action is over to Arnaud. Looks like Arnaud is raising. Okay, then 50, it's 250k. If yeah, 250k if I'm not mistaken. Pretty interesting. It's a pretty red flop as well. It's pretty tough flop to bet call, but it's an all in and a call, and the chips are in. Let's see it. King Jack versus the Jack 7. It seems like Jacob has the Jack 7. He is straight on the flop, but Arnaud is still drawing to a higher straight if he hits the queen. And he could chop with a 7, obviously. So 3 on the turn, and the river is a 5. And I think we have a winner. I think we have a winner. We're gonna count to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that Jacob is our winner. Jacob, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
You started as a short stack and you managed to take it down. Can you tell us how you did it?
Well, I don't know. I just tried to play the way I think I should play, and yeah, really, there's not much to say. He played great, I think. So, yeah, actually, that was the guy I think I least wanted to go heads up with, because I had actually no idea how he played.
You hadn't played with him at the final two?
No, not really. And I think he played great when he had the big stack. When we were like 8-handed, 6-handed, and stuff.
Yeah, it felt like he was gonna go all the way, but once you get heads up, then you still have a good chance.
I think actually I just caught better cards than he did, and he made a bluff on the ace queen flop, where I was lucky to have a hand, and yeah.
That's nice. You're so modest, but you did really well.
Yeah, well, it's poker. One tournament doesn't mean that much, so.
Okay, let's move over a little so they can see us better. Just a little bit towards. Thank you. I was looking at your Handemol page, and you might have two or something, but it seemed like a modest Handemol page. But watching you play, you seem so experienced.
Well, yeah, it's very modest. I don't play that many tournaments, and when I play, I usually don't come this far. So.
Okay, so this is your first live victory.
In a bigger tournament, yeah, it is. It is.
Okay, that's awesome. You're gonna get the championship ring with your name engraved and everything. Are you gonna show it off at parties or?
I think mainly with my poker buddies, and not like. It will not be a new accessory, I think.
That's great. You're from Denmark. What made you decide to come over and play in Brussels?
We were here like a few months ago, and we just like the city, and we like the people here, and yeah, everything was nice, so we just chose to go again.
Okay, that's great. Good to hear. Are you gonna be playing any other tournaments this week? The main event, for example.
Yeah, I'm playing the main tomorrow for sure.
Okay. Well, I wish you the best of luck in the main event, and once again, congratulations. It was really nice watching you play.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thanks, man. So that was Jacob who won the 3K high roller. He was really modest about his accomplishment. He said he was running a bit better than his opponent in that sub, but I feel like he deserved the win. He played really well, and congratulations to him. 42,000 euros. That's a lot of money, and his first victory in a reasonably big live tournament. And for now, this is it for us. We will be back later this week with the main event. The 1675 buy-in main event, which is coming up soon because we already started day 1A tomorrow. Day 1B, we'll be playing for 3 days until we reach the final table, and the final table will be live streamed. Sorry, I'm looking for the right camera. There you go. The final table will be live streamed on Sunday. So make sure you check it out. You can watch us once again, Facebook, Viage.be, or you can check out Twitch. I'll be there. Hopefully you guys will be there as well. For now, thank you for watching, and see you soon. Bye.